Hello there, my old friend. Tonight, our quest takes us through a collection of old fairy tales written down by Hans Christian Andersen. Now, settle in, take a deep breath, and let's travel back to an age of myth and legend. In the nursery, father and mother and brothers and sisters were gone to the play. Only little Anna and her grandpapa were left at home. "We'll have a play too," he said, "and it may begin immediately." "But we have no theatre," cried little Anna, "and we have no one to act for us. My old doll cannot, for she is a fright, and my new one cannot, for she must not rumple her new clothes." "One can always get actors if one makes use of what one has," observed Grandpapa. "Now we'll go into the theatre. Here we will put up a book, there another, and there a third, in a sloping row. Now 3 on the other side. So now we have the side scenes. The old box that lies yonder may be the back stairs, and we'll lay the flooring on top of it. The stage represents a room, as everyone may see. Now we want the actors. Let us see what we can find in the plaything box. First the personages, and then we will get the play ready, one after the other. That will be capital. Here's a pipe head, and yonder an odd glove. They will do very well for father and daughter." "But those are only 2 characters," said little Anna. "Here's my brother's old waistcoat. Could not that play in our piece too?" "It's big enough, certainly," replied Grandpapa. "It shall be the lover. There's nothing in the pockets, and that's very interesting, for that's half of an unfortunate attachment. And here we have the nutcracker's boots, with spurs to them. Row, dow, dow. How they can stamp and strut. They shall represent the unwelcome wooer whom the lady does not like. What kind of a play will you have now? Shall it be a tragedy or a domestic drama?" "A domestic drama, please," said little Anna, "for the others are so fond of that. Do you know one?" "I know 100, said Grandpapa. "Those that are most in favour are from the French, but they are not good for little girls. In the meantime, we may take one of the prettiest, for inside they're all very much alike. Now I shake the pen. Cock-a-lorum. So now, here's the play. Bryn Bran Span New. Now listen to the playbill." And Grandpapa took a newspaper and read as if he were reading from it. "The Pipehead and the Good Head. A family drama in 1 act. Characters. Mr. Pipehead, a father. Mr. Waistcoat, a lover. Miss Glove, a daughter. Mr. De Boots, a suitor. And now we're going to begin. The curtain rises. We have no curtain, so it has risen already. All the characters are there, and so we have them at hand. Now I speak as Papa Pipehead. He's angry today. One can see that he's a coloured meerschaum. Snick, snack, snurre, basilure. I'm master of this house. I'm the father of my daughter. Will you hear what I have to say? Mr. De Boots is a person in whom one may see one's face. His upper part is of Morocco, and he has spurs into the bargain. Snicker, snacker, snack. He shall have my daughter. Now listen to what the waistcoat says, little Anna, said Grandpapa. Now the waistcoat's speaking. The waistcoat has a lay-down collar and is very modest, but he knows his own value and has quite a right to say what he says. I haven't a spot on me. Goodness of material ought to be appreciated. I am of real silk and have strings to me. On the wedding day, but no longer, you don't keep your colour in the wash. This is Mr. Pipehead who is speaking. Mr. de Boots is watertight, of strong leather, and yet very delicate. He can creak and clank with his spurs, and has an Italian physiognomy. But they ought to speak in verses, said Anna, for I've heard that's the most charming way of all. They can do that too, replied Grandpapa, and if the public demands it, they will talk in that way. Just look at little Miss Glove, how she's pointing her fingers. Could I but have my love, who then so happy as Glove? Ah, if I from him must part, I'm sure 'twill break my heart. Bah! The last word was spoken by Mr. Pipehead, and now it's Mr. Waistcoat's turn. O Glove, my own dear, though it cost thee a tear, thou must be mine, for Holger Danske has sworn it. Mr. de Boots, hearing this, kicks up, jingles his spurs, and knocks down 3 of the side scenes. That's exceedingly charming, cried little Anna. Silence, silence, said Grandpapa. Silent approbation will show that you are the educated public in the stalls. Now Miss Glove sings her great song with startling effects. I can't see, hi-oh, and therefore I'll crow, kikariki, in the lofty hall. Now comes the exciting part, little Anna. This is the most important in all the play. Mr. Waistcoat undoes himself and addresses his speech to you, that you may applaud, but leave it alone. That's considered more genteel. I am driven to extremities. Take care of yourself. Now comes the plot. You are the Pipehead, and I am the good head. Snap. There you go. Do you notice this, little Anna? Asked Grandpapa. That's a most charming comedy. Mr. Waistcoat seized the old Pipehead and put him in his pocket. There he lies, and the waistcoat says, You are in my pocket. You can't come out till you promise to unite me to your daughter Glove on the left. I hold out my right hand. That's awfully pretty, said little Anna. And now the old Pipehead replies, Though I'm all ear, very stupid I appear. Where's my humour? Gone I fear, and I feel my hollow sticks not here. Ah, never, my dear, did I feel so queer. Oh, pray let me out, and like a lamb led to slaughter, I'll betroth you, no doubt, to my daughter. Is the play over already? Asked little Anna. By no means, replied Grandpapa. It's only all over with Mr. de Boots. Now the lovers kneel down, and one of them sings, Father, and the other, Come, do as you ought to do. Bless your son and daughter. And they receive his blessing and celebrate their wedding. And all the pieces of furniture sing in chorus. Clink, clanks, 1,000 thanks, and now the play is over. And now we'll applaud, said Grandpapa. We'll call them all out, and the pieces of furniture too, for they are of mahogany. And is not our play just as good as those which the others have in the real theatre? Our play is much better, said Grandpapa. It is shorter, the performers are natural, and it has passed away the interval before tea time. Little Ida's flowers. My poor flowers are quite dead, said little Ida. They were so pretty yesterday evening, and now all the leaves are hanging down quite withered. What do they do that for? She asked, of the student who sat on the sofa. She liked him very much. He could tell the most amusing stories and cut out the prettiest pictures. Hearts and ladies dancing, castles with doors that opened, as well as flowers. He was a delightful student. Why do the flowers look so faded today? She asked again, and pointed to her nosegay, which was quite withered. Don't you know what is the matter with them? Said the student. The flowers were at a ball last night, and therefore it is no wonder they hang their heads. But flowers cannot dance, cried little Ida. Yes, indeed they can, replied the student. When it grows dark and everybody is asleep, they jump about quite merrily. They have a ball almost every night. Can children go to these balls? Yes, said the student. Little daisies and lilies of the valley. Where do the beautiful flowers dance? Asked little Ida. Have you not often seen the large castle outside the gates of the town, where the king lives in summer, and where the beautiful garden is full of flowers? And have you not fed the swans with bread when they swam towards you? Well, the flowers have capital balls there, believe me. I was in the garden out there yesterday with my mother, said Ida, but all the leaves were off the trees, and there was not a single flower left. Where are they? I used to see so many in the summer. They are in the castle, replied the student. You must know that as soon as the king and all the court are gone into the town, the flowers run out of the garden into the castle, and you should see how merry they are. The two most beautiful roses seat themselves on the throne and are called the king and queen. Then all the red coxcombs range themselves on each side and bow. These are the lords in waiting. After that, the pretty flowers come in, and there is a grand ball. The blue violets represent little naval cadets, and dance with hyacinths and crocuses, which they call young ladies. The tulips and tiger lilies are the old ladies who sit and watch the dancing, so that everything may be conducted with order and propriety. But, said little Ida, is there no one there to hurt the flowers for dancing in the king's castle? No one knows anything about it, said the student. The old steward of the castle, who has to watch there at night, sometimes comes in, but he carries a great bunch of keys, and as soon as the flowers hear the keys rattle, they run and hide themselves behind the long curtains and stand quite still, just peeping their heads out. Then the old steward says, I smell flowers here, but he cannot see them. Oh, how capital, said little Ida, clapping her hands. Should I be able to see these flowers? Yes, said the student. Mind you think of it the next time you go out. No doubt you will see them if you peep through the window. I did so today, and I saw a long yellow lily lying stretched out on the sofa. She was a court lady. Can the flowers from the botanical gardens go to these balls? Asked Ida. It is such a distance. Oh yes, said the student. Whenever they like, for they can fly. Have you not seen those beautiful red, white and yellow butterflies that look like flowers? They were flowers once. They have flown off their stalks into the air and flapped their leaves as if they were little wings to make them fly. Then, if they behave well, they obtain permission to fly about during the day, instead of being obliged to sit still on their stems at home, and so in time their leaves become real wings. It may be, however, that the flowers in the botanical gardens have never been to the king's palace, and therefore they know nothing of the merry doings at night, which take place there. I will tell you what to do, and the botanical professor, who lives close by here, will be so surprised. You know him very well, do you not? Well, next time you go into his garden, you must tell one of the flowers that there is going to be a grand ball at the castle. Then that flower will tell all the others, and they will fly away to the castle as soon as possible. And when the professor walks into his garden, there will not be a single flower left. How he will wonder what has become of them. But how can one flower tell another? Flowers cannot speak. No, certainly not, replied the student, but they can make signs. Have you not often seen that when the wind blows, they nod at one another and rustle all their green leaves? Can the professor understand the signs? Asked Ida. Yes, to be sure he can. He went one morning into his garden and saw a stinging nettle making signs with its leaves to a beautiful red carnation. It was saying, "You are so pretty. I like you very much." But the professor did not approve of such nonsense, so he clapped his hands on the nettle to stop it. Then the leaves, which are its fingers, stung him so sharply that he has never ventured to touch a nettle since. "Oh, how funny," said Ida, and she laughed. "How can anyone put such notions into a child's head?" said a tiresome lawyer who had come to pay a visit and sat on the sofa. He did not like the student and would grumble when he saw him cutting out droll or amusing pictures. Sometimes it would be a man hanging on a gibbet and holding a heart in his hand as if he had been stealing hearts. Sometimes it was an old witch riding through the air on a broom and carrying her husband on her nose. But the lawyer did not like such jokes, and he would say, as he had just said, "How can anyone put such nonsense into a child's head? What absurd fancies there are." But to little Ida, all these stories which the student told her about the flowers seemed very droll, and she thought over them a great deal. The flowers did hang their heads because they had been dancing all night and were very tired, and most likely they were ill. Then she took them into the room where a number of toys lay on a pretty little table, and the whole of the table drawer besides was full of beautiful things. Her doll Sophie lay in the doll's bed asleep, and little Ida said to her, "You must really get up, Sophie, and be content to lie in the drawer tonight. The poor flowers are ill, and they must lie in your bed. Then perhaps they will get well again." So she took the doll out, who looked quite cross, and said not a single word, for she was angry at being turned out of her bed. Ida placed the flowers in the doll's bed and drew the quilt over them. Then she told them to lie quite still and be good, while she made some tea for them, so that they might be quite well and able to get up the next morning. And she drew the curtains close round the little bed, so that the sun might not shine in their eyes. During the whole evening she could not help thinking of what the student had told her, and before she went to bed herself, she was obliged to peep behind the curtains into the garden, where all her mother's beautiful flowers grew, hyacinths and tulips and many others. Then she whispered to them quite softly, "I know you are going to a ball tonight." But the flowers appeared as if they did not understand, and not a leaf moved. Still, Ida felt quite sure she knew all about it. She lay awake a long time after she was in bed, thinking how pretty it must be to see all the beautiful flowers dancing in the king's garden. "I wonder if my flowers have really been there," she said to herself, and then she fell asleep. In the night she awoke. She had been dreaming of the flowers and of the student, as well as of the tiresome lawyer who found fault with him. It was quite still in Ida's bedroom. The night lamp burnt on the table, and her father and mother were asleep. "I wonder if my flowers are still lying in Sophie's bed," she thought to herself. "How much I should like to know." She raised herself a little and glanced at the door of the room where all her flowers and playthings lay. It was partly open, and as she listened, it seemed as if someone in the room was playing the piano, but softly and more prettily than she had ever before heard it. "Now all the flowers are certainly dancing in there," she thought. "Oh, how much I should like to see them." But she did not dare move for fear of disturbing her father and mother. If they would only come in here, she thought. But they did not come, and the music continued to play so beautifully and was so pretty that she could resist no longer. She crept out of her little bed, went softly to the door and looked into the room. Oh, what a splendid sight there was, to be sure. There was no night lamp burning, but the room appeared quite light, for the moon shone through the window upon the floor and made it almost like day. All the hyacinths and tulips stood in 2 long rows down the room. Not a single flower remained in the window, and the flower pots were all empty. The flowers were dancing gracefully on the floor, making turns and holding each other by their long green leaves as they swung round. At the piano sat a large yellow lily which little Ida was sure she had seen in the summer, for she remembered the student saying she was very much like Miss Lena, one of Ida's friends. They all laughed at him then, but now it seemed to little Ida as if the tall yellow flower was really like the young lady. She had just the same manners while playing, bending her long yellow face from side to side and nodding in time to the beautiful music. Then she saw a large purple crocus jump into the middle of the table where the playthings stood, go up to the doll's bedstead and draw back the curtains. There lay the sick flowers, but they got up directly and nodded to the others as a sign that they wished to dance with them. The old rough doll with the broken mouth stood up and bowed to the pretty flowers. They did not look ill at all now, but jumped about and were very merry, yet none of them noticed little Ida. Presently it seemed as if something fell from the table. Ida looked that way and saw a slight carnival rod jumping down among the flowers as if it belonged to them. It was, however, very smooth and neat, and a little wax doll with a broad-brimmed hat on her head, like the one worn by the lawyer, sat upon it. The carnival rod hopped about among the flowers on its 3 red stilted feet, and stamped quite loud when it danced the mazurka. The flowers could not perform this dance. They were too light to stamp in that manner. All at once, the wax doll which rode on the carnival rod seemed to grow larger and taller, and it turned round and said to the paper flowers, "How can you put such things in a child's head? They are all foolish fancies." And then the doll was exactly like the lawyer with the broad-brimmed hat, and looked as yellow and as cross as he did. But the paper doll struck him on his thin legs, and he shrunk up again and became quite a little wax doll. This was very amusing, and Ida could not help laughing. The carnival rod went on dancing, and the lawyer was obliged to dance also. It was no use. He might make himself great and tall, or remain a little wax doll with a large black hat. Still he must dance. Then at last the other flowers interceded for him, especially those who had lain in the doll's bed, and the carnival rod gave up his dancing. At the same moment a loud knocking was heard in the drawer, where Ida's doll Sophie lay with many other toys. Then the rough doll ran to the end of the table, laid himself flat down upon it, and began to pull the drawer out a little way. Then Sophie raised himself and looked round quite astonished. "There must be a ball here tonight," said Sophie. "Why did not somebody tell me?" "Will you dance with me?" said the rough doll. "You are the right sort to dance with, certainly," said she, turning her back upon him. Then she seated herself on the edge of the drawer and thought that perhaps one of the flowers would ask her to dance, but none of them came. Then she coughed, hem, hem, ahem. But for all that not one came. The shabby doll now danced quite alone, and not very badly after all. As none of the flowers seemed to notice Sophie, she let herself down from the drawer to the floor so as to make a very great noise. All the flowers came round her directly and asked if she had hurt herself, especially those who had lain in her bed. But she was not hurt at all, and Ida's flowers thanked her for the use of the nice bed and were very kind to her. They led her into the middle of the room where the moon shone and danced with her, while all the other flowers formed a circle round them. Then Sophie was very happy and said they might keep her bed. She did not mind lying in the drawer at all. But the flowers thanked her very much and said, "We cannot live long. Tomorrow morning we shall be quite dead, and you must tell little Ida to bury us in the garden, near to the grave of the canary. Then, in the summer, we shall wake up and be more beautiful than ever." "No, you must not die," said Sophie, as she kissed the flowers. Then the door of the room opened, and a number of beautiful flowers danced in. Ida could not imagine where they could come from, unless they were the flowers from the king's garden. First came 2 lovely roses, with little golden crowns on their heads. These were the king and queen. Beautiful stocks and carnations followed, bowing to everyone present. They had also music with them. Large poppies and peonies had pea shells for instruments, and blew into them till they were quite red in the face. The bunches of blue hyacinths and the little white snowdrops jingled their bell-like flowers, as if they were real bells. Then came many more flowers, blue violets, purple heart's ease, daisies, and lilies of the valley, and they all danced together and kissed each other. It was very beautiful to behold. At last, the flowers wished each other good night. Then little Ida crept back into her bed again and dreamt of all she had seen. When she arose the next morning, she went quickly to the little table to see if the flowers were still there. She drew aside the curtains of the little bed. There they all lay, but quite faded, much more so than the day before. Sophie was lying in the drawer where Ida had placed her, but she looked very sleepy. "Do you remember what the flowers told you to say to me?" said little Ida. But Sophie looked quite stupid and said not a single word. "You are not kind at all," said Ida, "and yet they all danced with you." Then she took a little paper box on which were painted beautiful birds and laid the dead flowers in it. "This shall be your pretty coffin," she said, "and by, when my cousins come to visit me, they shall help me to bury you out in the garden, so that next summer you may grow up again more beautiful than ever." Her cousins were two good-tempered boys, whose names were James and Adolphus. Their father had given them each a bow and arrow, and they had brought them to show Ida. She told them about the poor flowers which were dead, and as soon as they obtained permission, they went with her to bury them. The two boys walked first, with their crossbows on their shoulders, and little Ida followed, carrying the pretty box containing the dead flowers. They dug a little grave in the garden. Ida kissed her flowers and then laid them, with the box, in the earth. James and Adolphus then fired their crossbows over the grave, as they had neither guns nor cannons. The Little Elder Tree Mother. There was once a little boy who had caught cold. He had gone out and got wet feet. Nobody had the least idea how it had happened. The weather was quite dry. His mother undressed him, put him to bed, and ordered the teapot to be brought in, that she might make him a good cup of tea from the elder tree blossoms, which is so warming. At the same time, the kind-hearted old man who lived by himself in the upper story of the house came in. He led a lonely life, for he had no wife and children. But he loved the children of others very much, and he could tell so many fairy tales and stories that it was a pleasure to hear him. "Now, drink your tea," said the mother. "Perhaps you will hear a story." "Yes, if I only knew a fresh one," said the old man, and nodded smilingly. "But how did the little fellow get his wet feet?" he then asked. "That," replied the mother, "nobody can understand." "Will you tell me a story?" asked the boy. "Yes, if you can tell me as nearly as possible how deep is the gutter in the little street where you go to school." "Just half as high as my top boots," replied the boy. "But then I must stand in the deepest holes." "There, now we know where you got your wet feet," said the old man. "I ought to tell you a story, but the worst of it is, I do not know any more." "You can make one up," said the little boy. "Mother says you can tell a fairy tale about anything you look at or touch." "That is all very well, but such tales or stories are worth nothing. No, the right ones come by themselves and knock at my forehead saying, 'Here I am.'" "Will not one knock soon?" asked the boy. And the mother smiled while she put elder tree blossoms into the teapot and poured boiling water over them. "Pray, tell me a story." "Yes, if stories came by themselves. They are so proud. They only come when they please. But wait," he said suddenly. "There is one. Look at the teapot. There is a story in it now." And the little boy looked at the teapot. The lid rose up gradually. The elder tree blossoms sprang forth one by one, fresh and white. Long boughs came forth. Even out of the spout they grew up in all directions and formed a bush. Nay, a large elder tree, which stretched its branches up to the bed and pushed the curtains aside. And there were so many blossoms and such a sweet fragrance. In the midst of the tree sat a kindly-looking old woman with a strange dress. It was as green as the leaves and trimmed with large white blossoms, so that it was difficult to say whether it was real cloth or the leaves and blossoms of the elder tree. "What is this woman's name?" asked the little boy. "Well, the Romans and Greeks used to call her a dryad, said the old man, "but we do not understand that. Out in the sailors' quarter, they give her a better name. There she is called Elder Tree Mother. Now, you must attentively listen to her and look at the beautiful elder tree. Just such a large tree, covered with flowers, stands out there. It grew in the corner of an humble little yard. Under this tree sat two old people one afternoon in the beautiful sunshine. He was an old, old sailor, and she his old wife. They had already great-grandchildren, and were soon to celebrate their golden wedding. But they could not remember the date, and the elder tree mother was sitting in the tree and looked as pleased as this one here. "I know very well when the golden wedding is to take place," she said. But they did not hear it. They were talking of bygone days. "Well, do you remember," said the old sailor, "when we were quite small and used to run about and play? It was in the very same yard where we now are. We used to put little branches into the ground and make a garden." "Yes," said the old woman, "I remember it very well. We used to water the branches, and one of them, an elder tree branch, took root and grew and became the large tree under which we are now sitting as old people." "Certainly, you are right," he said, "and in yonder corner stood a large water tub. There I used to sail my boat, which I had cut out myself. It sailed so well, but soon I had to sail somewhere else. But first we went to school to learn something," she said, "and then we were confirmed. We both wept on that day, but in the afternoon we went out hand in hand and ascended the high round tower and looked out into the wide world right over Copenhagen and the sea. Then we walked to Frederiksberg, where the king and the queen were sailing about in their magnificent boat on the canals. But soon I had to sail about somewhere else, and for many years I was traveling about far away from home. And I often cried about you, for I was afraid lest you were drowned and lying at the bottom of the sea. Many a time I got up in the night and looked if the weathercock had turned. It turned often, but you did not return. I remember one day distinctly. The rain was pouring down in torrents. The dustman had come to the house where I was in service. I went down with the dustbin and stood for a moment in the doorway and looked at the dreadful weather. Then the postman gave me a letter. It was from you. Heavens, how that letter had travelled about. I tore it open and read it. I cried and laughed at the same time, and was so happy. Therein was written that you were staying in the hot countries where the coffee grows. These must be marvellous countries. You said a great deal about them, and I read all while the rain was pouring down and I was standing there with the dustbin. Then suddenly, someone put his arm round my waist. "Yes, and you gave him a hearty smack on the cheek," said the old man. "I did not know that it was you. You had come as quickly as your letter, and you looked so handsome, and so you do still. You had a large yellow silk handkerchief in your pocket and a shining hat on. You looked so well, and the weather in the street was horrible. Then we married," he said. "Do you remember how we got our first boy, and then Mary, Niels, Peter, John, and Christian?" "Oh yes, and now they have all grown up and have become useful members of society whom everybody cares for." "And their children have had children again," said the old sailor. "Yes, these are children's children, and they are strong and healthy. If I am not mistaken, Our wedding took place at this season of the year. Yes, today is your golden wedding day, said the little elder tree mother, stretching her head down between the two old people, who thought that she was their neighbor who was nodding to them. They looked at each other and clasped hands. Soon afterwards the children and grandchildren came, for they knew very well that it was the golden wedding day. They had already wished them joy and happiness in the morning, but the old people had forgotten it, although they remembered things so well that had passed many, many years ago. The elder tree smelt strongly, and the setting sun illuminated the faces of the two old people, so that they looked quite rosy. The youngest of the grandchildren danced round them and cried merrily that there would be a feast in the evening, for they were to have hot potatoes. And the elder mother nodded in the tree and cried, "Hooray!" with the others. But that was no fairy tale, said the little boy who had listened to it. You will presently understand it, said the old man who told the story. Let us ask little elder tree mother about it. That was no fairy tale, said the little elder tree mother. But now it comes. Real life furnishes us with subjects for the most wonderful fairy tales, for otherwise my beautiful elder bush could not have grown forth out of the teapot. And then she took the little boy out of bed and placed him on her bosom. The elder branches, full of blossoms, closed over them. It was as if they sat in a thick leafy bower which flew with them through the air. It was beautiful beyond all description. The little elder tree mother had suddenly become a charming young girl, but her dress was still of the same green material, covered with white blossoms, as the elder tree mother had worn. She had a real elder blossom on her bosom, and a wreath of the same flowers was wound round her curly golden hair. Her eyes were so large and so blue that it was wonderful to look at them. She and the boy kissed each other, and then they were of the same age and felt the same joys. They walked hand in hand out of the bower, and now stood at home in a beautiful flower garden. Near the green lawn, the father's walking stick was tied to a post. There was life in this stick for the little ones, for as soon as they seated themselves upon it, the polished knob turned into a neighing horse's head. A long black mane was fluttering in the wind, and 4 strong slender legs grew out. The animal was fiery and spirited. They galloped round the lawn. Hooray! Now we shall ride far away many miles, said the boy. We shall ride to the nobleman's estate where we were last year. And they rode round the lawn again, and the little girl, who, as we know, was no other than the little elder tree mother, continually cried, Now we are in the country. Do you see the farmhouse there, with the large baking stove, which projects like a gigantic egg out of the wall into the road? The elder tree spreads its branches over it, and the cock struts about and scratches for the hens. Look how proud he is. Now we are near the church. It stands on a high hill, under the spreading oak trees. One of them is half dead. Now we are at the smithy, where the fire roars and the half-naked men beat with their hammers, so that the sparks fly far and wide. Let's be off to the beautiful farm. And they passed by everything the little girl, who was sitting behind on the stick, described, and the boy saw it, and yet they only went round the lawn. Then they played in a sidewalk, and marked out a little garden on the ground. She took elder blossoms out of her hair and planted them, and they grew exactly like those the old people planted when they were children, as we have heard before. They walked about hand in hand, just as the old couple had done when they were little. But they did not go to the Round Tower, nor to the Frederiksberg Garden. No, the little girl seized the boy round the waist, and then they flew far into the country. It was spring and it became summer. It was autumn and it became winter. And thousands of pictures reflected themselves in the boy's eyes and heart. And the little girl always sang again, "You will never forget that." And during their whole flight, the elder tree smelt so sweetly. He noticed the roses and the fresh beeches, but the elder tree smelt much stronger, for the flowers were fixed on the little girl's bosom, against which the boy often rested his head during the flight. "It is beautiful here in spring," said the little girl, and they were again in the green beechwood, where the thyme breathed forth sweet fragrance at their feet, and the pink anemones looked lovely in the green moss. "Oh, that it were always spring in the fragrant beechwood. Here it is splendid in summer," she said, and they passed by old castles of the age of chivalry. The high walls and indented battlements were reflected in the water of the ditches, on which swans were swimming and peering into the old shady avenues. The corn waved in the field like a yellow sea. Red and yellow flowers grew in the ditches, wild hops and convolvuli in full bloom in the hedges. In the evening, the moon rose, large and round, and the hayricks in the meadows smelled sweetly. One can never forget it. "Here it is beautiful in autumn," said the little girl, and the atmosphere seemed twice as high and blue, while the wood shone with crimson, green, and gold. The hounds were running off. Flocks of wild fowl flew screaming over the barrows, while the bramble bushes twined round the old stones. The dark blue sea was covered with white-sailed ships, and in the barns sat old women, girls, and children picking hops into a large tub. The young ones sang songs, and the old people told fairy tales about goblins and sorcerers. It could not be more pleasant anywhere. "Here it's agreeable in winter," said the little girl, and all the trees were covered with hoarfrost, so that they looked like white coral. The snow creaked under one's feet, as if one had new boots on. One shooting star after another traversed the sky. In the room, the Christmas tree was lit, and there was song and merriment. In the peasant's cottage, the violin sounded, and games were played for apple quarters. Even the poorest child said, "It is beautiful in winter." And indeed it was beautiful. And the little girl showed everything to the boy, and the elder tree continued to breathe forth sweet perfume, while the red flag with the white cross was streaming in the wind. It was the flag under which the old sailor had served. The boy became a youth. He was to go out into the wide world, far away to the countries where the coffee grows. But at parting, the little girl took an elder blossom from her breast and gave it to him as a keepsake. He placed it in his prayer book, and when he opened it in distant lands, it was always at the place where the flower of remembrance was lying. And the more he looked at it, the fresher it became, so that he could almost smell the fragrance of the woods at home. He distinctly saw the little girl with her bright blue eyes peeping out from behind the petals, and heard her whispering, "Here it is beautiful in spring, in summer, in autumn, and in winter." And hundreds of pictures passed through his mind. Thus many years rolled by. He had now become an old man and was sitting with his old wife under an elder tree in full bloom. They held each other by the hand exactly as the great-grandfather and the great-grandmother had done outside, and like them, they talked about bygone days and of their golden wedding. The little girl with the blue eyes and elder blossoms in her hair was sitting high up in the tree and nodded to them, saying, "Today is the golden wedding." And then she took 2 flowers out of her wreath and kissed them. They glittered at first like silver, then like gold, and when she placed them on the heads of the old people, each flower became a golden crown. There they both sat like a king and queen under the sweet-smelling tree, which looked exactly like an elder tree, and he told his wife the story of the elder tree mother as it had been told him when he was a little boy. They were both of opinion that the story contained many points like their own, and these similarities they liked best. "Yes, so it is," said the little girl in the tree. "Some call me Little Elder Tree Mother, others a Dryad, but my real name is Remembrance. It is I who sit in the tree which grows and grows. I can remember things and tell stories. But let's see if you have still got your flower." And the old man opened his prayer book. The elder blossom was still in it, and as fresh as if it had only just been put in. Remembrance nodded, and the 2 old people with the golden crowns on their heads sat in the glowing evening sun. They closed their eyes and... Well, now the story is ended. The little boy in bed did not know whether he had dreamt it or heard it told. The teapot stood on the table, but no elder tree was growing out of it, and the old man who had told the story was on the point of leaving the room, and he did go out. "How beautiful it was," said the little boy. "Mother, I have been to warm countries." "I believe you," said the mother. "If one takes 2 cups of hot elder tea, it is quite natural that one gets into warm countries." And she covered him up well, so that he might not take cold. "You have slept soundly while I was arguing with the old man whether it was a story or a fairy tale." "And what has become of the little elder tree mother?" asked the boy. "She is in the teapot," said the mother, "and there she may remain." And so, our quest through these timeless tales comes to an end. With the story's final words, you have completed this sleepy quest. May your dreams be filled with magic until the next adventure begins. Rest well, traveller.